Ahriman, the city of stories, the jeweled city resplendent in the desert sun, safe among the shifting sands. But sunset brings a fearful rumor to the bazaar. The impossible has come to pass. An Armuzi army has crossed the desert and prepares to lay siege. Amidst the whispers, a lone figure hurries towards the palace. Surrounded by a vast army, but you know also that Alfenic, the Sandfox, had great concern for our bright city. Such concern that he paid a visit to his friend the king to offer aid. You know that when the king was murdered, the Sandfox was blamed and dragged from that place in chains. You know that he was brought to the great hall before a grief-stricken court, and that the queen took his glass dagger, and she buried it in his heart. The queen smiled, knowing that now her treachery could never be revealed. For no one can live who has felt the kiss of a glass dagger of the Kashai. The body was dropped deep, deep into that pit they call Traitor's Fall. You know this, all of this, but you do not know what happened next. The Sandfox was weary and in pain. No one is unchanged by the Traitor's Fall. But the Kashai had a duty. The queen had transgressed and was marked for death. Every muscle ached, but the Sandfox felt strength returning. A guard, hide! The Traitor's Fall had taken its toll, but still, the Sandfox could leap like no other. To hang by the fingertips, to climb to great heights. Such were the skills of the Kashai. Torchlight was risky if watchers were close. Kashai were adepts of the shadows. The surest way to win is to avoid the fight. These were only thugs, the lowest of the low. Yet the Sandfox could not match them for brute strength. Ancient waterways, ruined from the time of Empress Sharza, princes of Karaman had harnessed the water to their own devices. Even a Kashai could not survive a fall from too great a height. Time for caution, the Sandfox thought. The well-trained Kashai could pinpoint unseen threats easily if they stood still and listened closely. The air smelled of stagnant water and mold. Kashai training taught how to open locks, but the Sandfox needed tools to do so. The Sandfox enjoyed the chance to test skills that had grown rusty.
Oh, thanks, Shamash. I've been stuck here for days, said the woman.
The elevator is on a higher level. I cannot bring it down. Please, can you help? Sharzad's fortress had collapsed long ago and left routes impassable to all but the most skilled of climbers. How careless. How lucky. The guard was asleep, and their key was ripe for the picking. These guards, the Sandfox observed, had the good sense to wear a helmet. Knocking them out would be impossible. A weapon of stealth. With this, the Sandfox could deal with the guards, so long as they were unaware. Many sins of the kingdom washed down these drains. Strange cries echoed through the walls. The Sandfox had never heard a sound so lamentable yet preposterous. The Sandfox came to an encounter they would later recall fondly. Here was a place of safety. Here was a friend. So it's true. The bandaged girl paused, eyes wide. The Sandfox. Well, if you'd told me, I wouldn't have believed it. But here you are. Welcome. You must have many stories. A grin crossed her face. I'd love to hear them, but first let me tell you about this place. It is not like others you have been to. No one has it good down here, do they? Not the prisoners, not the rats, not even the Underkings, really. Still, it beats a stint in the iron hold. Anyway, that's enough about this place. Tell me what you've been up to. Fox friend, what have you been up to? Among the drains and the rat catchers, the Sandfox knew they could relax their guard. There can't be anywhere worse than here, the unhappy man said. The ugly man must be one of the Underkings. They had been a power in the prison for years. No chance, said the ugly man. You're one of them filthy rat catchers, or at best a darkling. You've nothing we want. The man was muttering ominous words about monsters in caves. The Underkings have it so easy, the bitter woman said. I've lost my beloved pet rat, the shaggy-faced man cried, his breath thick with the smell of burnt meat. It escaped down to the rat runs. Won't you bring it back to me? Since being thrown in here, I can only play in minor keys, said the player. Ah, that smell. Rust and crumbling stone. Yet another lock. the Sandfox still had no tools to open it. Kashai foot wraps shod with resin and nails. Old, but still wearable. The Sandfox could make good use of these. The Sandfox knew that now the wall here would be no obstacle. The fortress of Empress Sharzad had once been the marvel of the world, yet now her name was all but forgotten. The Sandfox had heard rumors of the dangerous cult, who dressed in yellow robes. Some said it was a new religion, but none knew anything of their purpose or who they served. These ramshackle structures were all that was left of the Bridge of Knives. Somewhere beyond lay the mausoleum, all dust, bones, and unquiet spirits. The cultists disquieted the Sandfox. More than ever, the shadows were the Sandfox's friend. The fortress was old, and many keys were lost or turned to rust. The Sandfox needed to find other means to tackle such locks. The Sandfox breathed easily again. Traitors fall. The Sandfox shuddered at the memory. Now that the Sandfox could scale sheer surfaces, old haunts offered new opportunities. They were taught to be nimble, the Kashai. Even as a child, the Sandfox knew the trick of sliding down a wall and jumping from it. This had the stillness of a place of worship. The Sandfox knew there was nothing to fear from the simple mushroom pickers. "Welcome, honored Alfenic," the bearded man said. "We Darklings are adherents of your ancient predecessor, Jarbu. May we be treated to a demonstration of your skills?" The Darkling smiled, crossed the crags and precipices of our domain. "I shall await you on the other side with a gift from your predecessor."
The water smell was stronger here. The Sandfox tasted spores of old dank mold.
The hooded figure's eyes widened. "Alfenic of the Kashai, you are welcome here, Sandfox. It is long since we saw one of Jarbu's kin. You are welcome, honored Alfenic." The Sandfox had never seen such darkness, and never would. The Darkling bowed. "Ahead lies our most hallowed possession, a tool of Jarbu. As Jarbu's successor, it is rightfully yours. Take it with our blessing." Fine set of tools crafted by a Kashai artisan. With these, no common door could bar the Sandfox. The Sandfox sensed danger nearby. The Sandfox nipped inside a vase. No one would spy them there. The Underking's guards were not the brightest, but even so, the Sandfox had to be careful. through the shaft from above. And something even worse. Silence. The Sandfox knew the danger had passed. I found my friends, the woman said. Half an hour in their company was enough. I think I prefer the solitude. The woman nodded. You have my thanks, she said. Here, let me return the favor. The tunnels twisted back on themselves, but the Sandfox was serene, knowing that the straightest path is often the most foolish. The woman nodded. You have my thanks, she said. Here, let me return the favor. The woman nodded. You have my thanks, she said. Here, let me return the favor. Rats ran rampant in the dark. The Sandfox knew the rat catcher's lost pet would here be found. Rats skittered beneath the Sandfox's feet. All that was necessary was to reach down and grab one. Rat friend in tow, it was time for the Sandfox to return. The woman nodded. You have my thanks, she said. Here, let me return the favor. The woman nodded. You have my thanks, she said. Here, let me return the favor. The shaggy-faced man smiled hungrily at the rat. There you are, my delicious friend. My thanks to you, Sandfox.
This place smelled of desperation, amongst other things.
This place was a prison. The inmates were worse than the guards.
The Sandfox knew it was time to be careful.
The sandfox breathed easily again. The water ran quickly through the sluice and splashed on the sandfox's feet. The sandfox could smell flour, sweetmeats, coffee. The Underking's storehouse must lie nearby. Muttering and the sound of heavy boots beyond the door. Everybody knows sandfoxes hide in boxes. The crawl spaces above were narrow, but the sandfox could make good use of such a space. The heavy footfall of well-armed guards. The sandfox knew to be watchful here. Fine leg of meat from the Underking's store. The sandfox was now wealthy enough to bribe the most diligent storekeeper. The sandfox held a kind of fondness for the Underking's guards. In their small talk, they were so human, talking of meals, games, and other comforts. The Sandfox hid in the box. The tightly wound writing is a missive from the baton, the gazelle. The handwriting is poor, written in a pained hand. It details a wound won from carelessness, which the gazelle fears will be their last. Sandfox knew the danger had passed. The ugly man grinned. That delicious morsel will buy you entry, and my silence. The Sandfox could hear the clink of coin and the clank of tankard. The man hiccuped and spilled wine onto his chest. They tell me I'm going into the arena. Me. The scrawny man trembled. I'm going to get killed. The guard looked up at the Sandfox, eyes bloodshot. They say you've got a knack for getting into places. Perhaps we can make a deal. I've lost a lot of money on their stupid game. If you can sneak up there with this mirror, I'll be in your debt. If you'd like a lesson on how to dig a hole for yourself, talk to Jahan, the young woman said. I never saw anyone with a losing streak like his. The arena sands left no trace of blood behind. Even with the fighters away to the pits, the smell of musk and sweat cloyed the air. I am Vashti, and you are useful. The woman grinned. I know a way above ground, and I'll share it with whomever defaces Roshan's portrait. The giant of a man breathed slow and deep. I must center myself before the fight. Talk to my manager, Vashti, if you need something. What am I in for? The prisoner chuckled. A faint waft of sweet smoke carried through the room. The Sandfox heard a pipe burble ever so quietly. Another ladder the Sandfox could drop. I hate serving these devils, whispered the wine girl. But I'll do it if it keeps me from going underground. Roshan's like a brother to me. I follow where he goes. Always. I am under King Roshan. The man boomed from his pillows. And I offer a royal reward to the one who humiliates Vashti's finest pit fighter. deeper access to the iron hold. Why does Roshan have the best looking security down here, you might wonder? Because Roshan only hires the best. The ladder slid smoothly down into place. The ladder was held up by some sort of catch. How can a disgraced Queen's Guard aid you? With information, of course. I secretly escorted Her Majesty to the stonemason. The bitter man paused, and my reward? False imprisonment. If you want information on the Queen, then speak to the stonemason. And be watchful for the cowardly guard who threw me down into the depths. The chandelier fell and fell straight onto the pit fighter's head, knocking him out cold. And so the lights come down for Vashti's prized fighter. Roshan's belly quivered with laughter. So much for their winning streak. As promised, a key to the iron hold. Head through the storm drains. His lip curled into a cruel smile. Of course, our association must remain a strict secret. Not even my guards will know. So be watchful. Prison, managed by those banished underground. The din of tin cups clinking against endless bars filled the Sandfox's head. The prisoner howled from inside the cage, waking the sleeping guard. With the sandfox weighing it down, the cage began to descend. The sandfox warily eyed a raving man. "Please help me," he said rather lucidly. "I'm not like the others. Let me down, please." Well, that hurt. Despite the pain, the injured man's smile shone brightly. "Thanks for releasing me. I've been stuck there for ages. I've been searching for Gull, a rat catcher. You haven't seen him, have you?" The injured man looked hopeful. After a moment, his smile dimmed slightly. "You haven't then. Ugh. He headed towards the Bridge of Knives, and I haven't seen him since. I hope nothing bad happened to him." A gun, a key. Easy. The door was protected by a keyway too thin for the sandfox to pick. They knew a key must be nearby. The brutes had been chosen to serve the Underkings for their strength, not their intelligence. With the sandfox weighing it down, the cage began to descend. A terrible shriek echoed against the stone. The sandfox knew to expect the guards. CyberByte was released. Underfoot, the rickety platform creaked and groaned. The Sandfox knew it wouldn't hold much weight, especially if they dropped something heavy on it from above. Another helmeted guard. The Sandfox knew they couldn't be knocked out. Shaggy chest plate. They offered no defense except offense. For with this, the Sandfox could drop from up high. The Sandfox would be fine. The Wicked would not. With a great thundering crack, the wood splintered, and the Sandfox crashed right through. Underfoot, the rickety platform creaked and groaned. The rickety platform was weak. It wouldn't take too much to smash down through it. The Sandfox dove straight through the weak wood. Sandfox sensed danger nearby. With a great thundering crack, the wood splintered, and the Sandfox crashed right through. The Sandfox saw the ladder high above and knew it could be dropped down. Reaching it was another matter, though. Some locks are beyond even the skill of the Sandfox. Swiping keys from unwary guards, however, is not. From so high up, the Sandfox could easily drop upon the enemy. Plunging through the floor wasn't just good for getting around, it was also a very handy means of taking out an enemy. The ladder slid smoothly down into place. A guard, a key. Easy. Stamped here is the gecko's mark. We left here a prayer to our Kesh, the Wanderer, one of the 8 gods of the desert. Everybody knows sandfoxes hide in boxes. find the Sandfox inside the box. Thundered upwards, past the treasury where the Underkings kept their golden store, leaving the iron hold behind. Forgotten, unpolished treasures from kingdoms past filled the room. Anything remotely valuable was brought here to Roshan's hoard. Roshan's portrait now sported a ludicrous mustache. As proof of the defacement, the Sandfox tore off a scrap of canvas for Vashti. The Sandfox sensed danger nearby. Sandfox knew the danger had passed. Well done, Master Thief. Vashti's smile was lazy. Roshan's vanity will make that hard to swallow. May he choke on the indignity. You did your duty, I shall do mine. Bring this note to Gaspar of the Deep Watch. But beware the other guards. They're friends to no one but the Queen. The Sandfox was not to find fulfillment in the fighting pit, nor were they to see another brawl there. The Sandfox breathed easy again. It was a Kashai text, inscribed by the nightingale. She spoke of the uses and distillations of poison drawn from the glands of the crystal salamander. It is good to see a friendly face, said the man. Have you seen Navid? He wandered off with something of mine. this place. Ooh. Sprang up next door to the Dead Hands domain. We've been made to patrol the Boneways since, pretending to be undead, to scare off the cultists. Anything to keep them and their dustwalkers away. This place is connected to many others all around the kingdom. Should you ever need to get around quickly, just tell me. I will get you where you need to go. Suit yourself. The Sandfox sensed danger nearby, commissioned by the Queen. A place only spoken of in hushed tones, either reverent or frightened dustwalkers. They engaged peacefully with the cult. It was then the Sandfox knew for certain this cult and the vile sorcerers of the Blackened Sands were in league with each other. Here one moment, there the next. The Sandfox watched in amazement as the Dustwalker vanished and reappeared. The Sandfox breathed easily again. Here the old and new joined together. Above, the tombs held up by the new below. Built in secret, there was something peculiar about the lift shaft. It warranted a closer inspection. Strong smell of herbs overwhelmed the air. It suited the Sandfox to breathe it in. The door was protected by a keyway too thin for the Sandfox to pick. They knew a key must be nearby. Amongst the rat catchers, the Sandfox had nothing to fear. Water and light both leaked in from above, providing an unlikely source of nourishment for this ingenious herb garden. The ill woman could not speak. She could only wheeze. The lantern bearers had repurposed the tomb slabs and alcoves as hospital beds. Ingenious. The sick man sank deeper and deeper into fitful delirium. Countless bottles glinted on the shelves. Each contained a remedy. Each could save a life. I'm Omira, the kind-eyed woman said, the leader of the lantern bearers. We tend the sick here under the wise tutelage of Dr. Zachariah. I can get you to Dr. Z if, she raised a finger, you bring me darkling mushrooms. The Sandfox knew it was time to be careful. The sandfox breathed easily again. The sandfox knew this grate couldn't be passed right now. It would have to be remembered for later. The darklings had been busy in these deep caverns. By torchlight alone they had toiled. Theirs was a great reward. A fine crop of mushrooms blossomed between the rocks. It was enough to nourish the body and satisfy the spirit. The lantern-bearer girl sent you? The mysterious individual chuckled to themselves. You keep good company. We will, of course, grant her request. The mushrooms will be sent up immediately. The mysterious individual smiled. They'll be picked and in Amira's hands quicker than you can return to her. It is long since we saw one of Jarbu's kin. You are welcome, honored Alfenic. The sandfox knew it was time to be careful. The sandfox knew the danger had passed. Wonderful. She cradled the mushrooms in her hand. Let me brew these. They will help the sick to sleep. Serving those in need is a blessing. Her smile was so sincere. Serving those in need is a blessing. Her smile was so sincere. Down in these depths, Dr. Zachariah kept a secret from the world above. Here was his private house of healing, a place where the sick could see him personally and be attended to. Dr. Zachariah frowned at the Sandfox. You? So you're the Sandfox, Omera told me, and yet the good doctor shook his head. Never mind. I know why you're here. To kill our queen, and I imagine to repair your glass dagger. I will help you, but only if you can prove your claims against the queen. I need evidence. I await evidence of our queen's wrongdoing, the good doctor said. If you can prove as much as you claim, I will aid you. It was a struggle to see, but the cylinder bore the marking of the ibex. Black sands obscured the rest. The palaces of Karaman had deep roots. The pillars supporting the palace had their base here, deep in the earth. This place is a mystery to me. Why'd the queen build a fancy new mausoleum over the old one? And why dig up the old kings and bring them here? The dead hand's very, very mad about that. Of course, what's most interesting is the latest scandal. Someone stole the king's corpse. Anyway, that's enough about this place. Tell me what you've been up to. Here was where the mighty were mourned, or at least should have been, for someone had stolen the king's body away. Here at the heart of King's Rest, the remains of all Karaman's leaders had been prepared for burial. The king's body was notable by its absence. The only place it could possibly have gone from here is further down. Passing through these gates and into King's Rest would be the closest most of the people of Karaman would ever get to the palace. Even the Great Bazaar of Karaman, famous throughout all the lands, falls silent after sunset. The master stonemason working alone in the dead of night. How odd, thought the Sandfox. What could be so important? Yes, these idols are the Queen's own commissions, the stonemason said in answer to the Sandfox. Some fool guard brought her to me. Here, you can take one if you like. The stonemason continued his work without a thought. A rickety platform. The Sandfox knew it could be broken with enough force. The cylinder seems to bear the symbol of the hyena. Or was it the jackal? Try as they might, the Sandfox could not read the cylinder. It had been broken by age. Beyond these gates was the rest of Karaman. The rest of the world, indeed. But the Sandfox's duties kept him palace-bound. Or at least, bound for elsewhere. At the bottom of the well, far below the earth, there was a secret, one new, but not unfamiliar to the Sandfox. A rarity, even among the order of the Kashayi. Hooked knee pads. For what purpose, you may wonder. With these, the Sandfox could crawl stealthily along barred roofs. The Sandfox looked upward at the ceiling, ready to climb along it. Across the ceiling, the Sandfox traveled, marveling at the world below. Sandfox presented this stone idol, a Dustwalker idol. The good doctor's face paled. There are Dustwalkers in Kariman? And the Queen commissioned. Oh, this is most concerning. I await evidence of our Queen's wrongdoing, the good doctor said. If you can prove as much as you claim, I will aid you. Slid smoothly down into place. The waters from the gardens above had seeped down below, creating strange, slippery growth. The nimble Sandfox, always sure of food, had finally met their match. As soon as they stepped on the green growth, whoosh, they could not help but to slip away. The ingenious ladder unfurled as the catch was released. The ladder slid smoothly down into place. The Sandfox had made it to the other side and felt rather pleased with themselves. The ingenious ladder unfurled as the catch was released. The rickety platform was weak. It wouldn't take too much to smash down through it. The platform could not withstand the Sandfox's forceful descent. Time for caution, the Sandfox thought. Everybody knows Sandfoxes hide in boxes. Ancient text engraved by Maro of the Kashai. He spoke of Rashid, the navigator, one of the 8 gods of the desert. The stone was carved with 5 stars and a compass rose, the symbols of Rashid. heard a mechanism clanking through the walls, a purgatory for imprisoned. Here, prisoners pass between the strict and survivable old fort and the brutal iron hold. When the switch was thrown, the Sandfox heard a mechanism clanking through the walls. Once more, the Sandfox could relax. The guard eyed the note from Vashti. "I see," he said slowly. "Well, I can't just let you in the front door. More than my job's worth." He glanced at the iron grate beneath the Sandfox. "No, you'll have to go the long way. Sorry." The Sandfox plummeted into the darkness below, cursing the guard as they fell. This time, however, their fall was broken by a pool of disgusting, slimy water. They were thankful. Mostly. A weak wooden wall. It could be broken with enough. The Sandfox hopped in and raced through the rotten wall and into another pool of stinky, grimy water. Rasping cries echoed through the mines. Gently, the Sandfox stepped, fearful of drawing attention. The poor brute never stood a chance against the devilish dervish. The Sandfox was even more resolved to avoid such a fate. This sturdy box could be moved aside with a little effort from the Sandfox. The Sandfox had heard of these sandy devils, faster than anything, but blind, known to charge any strange sound they heard. The Sandfox hid away. The rickety platform was weak. It wouldn't take too much to smash down through it. The Sandfox marked the wall into memory. If only they could climb it. The vase of magic. The Sandfox knew what to do. Withstand the Sandfox's forceful descent. The Sandfox knew the danger had passed. More weak wooden walls blocked the way. Well, the Sandfox's noisy four-wheeled friend would see to that. The wooden reinforcements on the wall looked good for climbing. The Sandfox was right. Climbing the wall was about as natural as walking. sandbox shattered, spilling its sand. Another vase broken. More sand monsters turned into harmless piles. The platform looked sturdy enough to support the Sandfox, but not for long. As the gloomy pit opened up, the Sandfox realized they had reached the mouth of the mine. A sand trap. The Sandfox knew the dangers of being heard. The Sandfox slipped out of sight. Beneath the Sandfox's weight, the platform creaked. They needed to be fleet-footed. A guard, a key. Easy. Another weak wooden wall was just about ready to fall down. The Sandfox was too glad to offer it encouragement. The Sandfox slipped out of sight. The shambling sand monster groaned, its dusty rasp crueler than any desert wind. The rickety platform was weak. It wouldn't take too much to smash down through it. The platforms moved from one side of the cave to the other. Further in, the platforms moved with greater speed. The Sandfox ready for a challenge. The Sandfox found another sheet of music. The shock plunge into cool water wore off. The Sandfox took in their surroundings. A sunken tomb of the old kingdom. How long had it been since any had laid eyes upon it? The submerged tomb was beautiful, albeit melancholy, when seen inside the unclean water. On one side, a colorful pattern. On the other, a message to the Kashai from the serpent. It tells the location of Khazard's tomb, thought to be a myth until its discovery a century ago. Clawed gloves, a staple of the Kashai. These gloves granted the wearer extra grip, with which they could leverage themselves up and down walls with uneven protrusions. The Sandfox looked at the surrounding walls. It was time to begin climbing. It was here the Sandfox scaled the first of many walls. A current of warm air blew up from out of the ground, humid and incredibly strong. At first, the Sandfox could not make it out, but turned just so in the light it was plain to see. The mark of the Kestrel. The assassin lives a lonely life, but here was a word of hope. That hearts far apart would remain connected by the golden thread. The platform gave way, fell to the floor below. The riches of the earth found their way into the kingdom through these passages, or at least they did when the strange monsters didn't shamble about. The platform looked sturdy enough to support the Sandfox, but not for long. Time for caution, the Sandfox thought. Another base broken. More sand monsters turned into harmless A weathered divination card was etched here by the crane. Secret symbols detail an intrigue within the temples of Rashid, the navigator. A plot to misdirect a caravan for a week. To what end? It is not certain. Once more, the Sandfox could relax. quiet. The Sandfox knew they mustn't be heard by the Sand Devil. A lock of the highest quality kept the door shut tight. The key couldn't be too far away. Destruction of the base was the destruction of the monsters. All prisoners found their way through the grumbling, unhappy guard. You're alive? He cried, the blood draining from his face. No hard feelings, right? You'll have your way into the old fort. The Sandfox sensed danger nearby. The noble line of Caraman once slept here, before the new palace was built atop the old fort. The Sandfox knew to beware dogs. With their powerful noses, they didn't need to see the Sandfox to find them. Grand dances were held here once, in ages past, but now the Sandfox only heard whispers of prisoners and guards. The Sandfox knew that only distance could keep the dogs from discovering them. once a bright, merry place. The broken courtyard was now where the prisoners exercised. The Sandfox breathed easily again. The great palace of Karaman. The bandaged girl chuckled. What is there to say about paradise, really? Anyway, that's enough about this place. Tell me what you've been up to. The Sandfox caught a tantalizing glimpse of Captain Risa's key. There was only one way to get the key. Follow Captain Risa closely without being seen, and wait for the perfect moment to strike. The Sandfox knew many things, like that the highborn Captain Risa's family had secured their cowardly son a safe job behind the desk. And the Sandfox knew that they'd have to be particularly guileful to swipe a key from such flighty prey. A guard, a key. Easy. Another guard with a key. The Sandfox knew what to do.
The sandfox slipped out of sight. The guard, the key. Easy. The palace guards were on high alert after the death of the king. Though yes, they wrongly believed the killer had been apprehended, the death of a monarch still tends to keep one on edge. Inside the box, the sandfox could not be seen. Some prisoners the crown wanted to keep alive and in good condition. Those questionably fortunate souls resided here. Compared to the cells in the iron hold, this was absolutely palatial. Through the corridors of the old fort, the sandfox stalked their prey. Soon, they knew, the opportunity would present itself. Captain Riza's office was locked with a lock beyond picking. The only way in was to steal the key off him. Captain Riza's office was perfectly neat and tidy, if one ignored the mess of papers on his desk. Jacques wanted a transfer, and with a few lines jotted by the Sandfox, he received it. As the Sandfox forged the document for Jacques' transfer, their eye fell on a certain document. A suspicious writ from the Queen. It ordered the imprisonment of Guardsman Shahan. The Sandfox knew this grate couldn't be passed right now. It would have to be remembered for later. The Sandfox had no doubt. Jacques would be very pleased to be transferred here.
I say, the fop chirped, you must admire the view that you won me. This, to be sure, is the finest view of any prison cell. Oh, what a lovely, lovely view.
Is there elsewhere in the kingdom you need to be? Understood. Let's go. Weathered with age, here is the mark of the falcon of the Kashai. A forgotten prayer seems to be etched. The invoked deity's name has been eaten by the ages. Every week, all the peoples of Karaman, from the nobles of the palace to the beggars of the street, congregate in prayer, swearing new oaths to a new god. Whether this was popular or mandatory was debated. The Sandfox knew the danger had passed. The great statue of Shamash cast an imposing shadow over the gardens of Ruel. A greater shadow still fell over the Sandfox as they contemplated reaching the top. As grand a work of art as there was in the kingdom, it could cast a shade over the entire garden. Their rustle, their slither, their rattle in the grass. One could not have all the beauty of nature without any of its dangers. Their rustle, their slither, their rattle in the grass. One could not have all the beauty of nature without any of its dangers. The ladder slid smoothly down into place. Standing atop the towering figure, the Sandfox alone casts shadows here. No matter which way one looked, the eye beheld splendor. The gardens of Ruel stretched out at the base of the stairs, like a paradise on earth, and the palace, reaching up into the sky,
looked like paradise itself. As grand a hall as ever there was. It was as if one could receive entire kingdoms within. The splendor of the entrance hall was so great that many first-time guests of the crown often mistook it for the fabled Great Hall. No, no. This was a mere introduction to Caramont's splendor. Those deemed worthy could stroll here in the open air and see the fullness of the kingdom. The Sandfox knew the danger had passed. Only the greatest fighters in the land were chosen to guard the palace. The Sandfox knew this would be a great challenge. Sumptuous meals, each dish greater than anything a poor man could dream, regularly graced these tables. Fine stonework, plain but dignified, made the servitors' halls. The crown's servants did not live in luxury, but it was near enough for them. The Sandfox was very familiar with the palace guards. Fortunately, the Sandfox was also familiar with the palace itself. Pillar of Respite was a marvel, an indoor oasis inspired by the story of the kingdom's founding. At this spot beneath the star-heavy sky, a great tower joined the old palace to the new. Sandfox? The robed man tightened his grip on his weapon. I'm sorry. As guard of the Tower of Stars, I cannot permit you any further without official permission. I am sorry, Sandfox. I cannot allow you through unless you have official permission.
collection of texts as could be imagined. Numbered, the words here must have rivaled the number of stars in the sky. A lock of the highest quality kept the door shut tight. The key couldn't be too far away. Must be nearby. The Sandfox found it pleasing how easily the ladders glided along. An ingenious system of ladders and rails allowed for easy access to any high shelf. The Sandfox knew a secret about the bells of the library. When both bells rang, a lift would be summoned to the floor. The Sandfox had never traveled in such style. The Sandfox glided upward, passing tome after tome after tome. Only a key could unlock this door. The Sandfox knew it must be nearby. Another guard with a key. The Sandfox knew what to do. The door was protected by a keyway too thin for the Sandfox to pick. They knew a key must be nearby. short while ago, the Sandfox mused, only the king had been allowed to stand in this space. A fine layer of dust had begun to settle after the death of the king. Surrounded by beautiful terraces, the heir to the throne is cared for in complete luxury. Beneath the king's bed, the Sandfox found something most peculiar, a stone tablet, engraved with the blackest magical rites. Once more, the Sandfox could relax. If a blossom could be imagined, it could be found growing here on the palace rooftops. The Sandfox knew the danger had passed. The musician nervously fingered his strange foreign instrument. They offered the Sandfox a forced smile. "I hope I can find music to play," he said. "Something to offer the court before they tire of me just sitting here and throw me away like Jacques." "I wish I could play this," the foreign musician said. "But the notation isn't familiar. Do you have anything written in the style of my own country?" The foreign musician snatched the music away from the Sandfox and began to play at once. "Thank you," he said. I only pray my music causes no offense. The Sandfox presented a rift used to imprison Jihad. Why would the queen herself involve herself in such a matter? The good doctor wondered aloud. That is highly irregular. The Sandfox was not finished. They still had more evidence to show. The Sandfox presented the stone tablet. This was found beneath the king's bed. The tablet trembled in the good doctor's hands. But this is a Dustwalker tablet, used for the most heinous. Gods preserve us. I await evidence of our queen's wrongdoing. The good doctor said, if you can prove as much as you claim, I will aid you. I await evidence of our queen's wrongdoing. The good doctor said, if you can prove as much as you claim, I will aid you. The Sandfox knew it was time to be careful. the Sandfox forgot those words would not come soon enough. The Dustwalker patrolled with palpable rage. The Sandfox knew they wanted nothing more than to draw blood. The ingenious ladder unfurled as the catch was released. The shambling sand monster took one pained step, then another. The Sandfox knew to be on guard. Another vase broken. More sand monsters turned into harmless piles. Dust filled the air, raised by the uneasy shambling of the monsters who roamed the cursed sanctum. Sandfox breathed easily again. Frightful, though, a pair of Kashai greaves made of a light, durable leather. With these, the Sandfox could slide along the earth with ease. We dead hand have our base near here. Can't get in without the password, though. I used to know it, but they changed it. I won't tell me the new one until I paint the kingdom with our message. The bandaged girl shrugged. I'll get it done soon enough. Maybe after you've done your duty. Anyway, that's enough about this place. Tell me what you've been up to. Stale, dead air filled the Sandfox's lungs. Horrors were said to wait within. Password? Asked the voice from behind the great heavy door. The Sandfox did not know what to say, however. The door guard grunted. No password, they said. No entry. Two sinister-looking figures emerged from behind the gate. To the untrained eye, they looked like risen corpses. But the Sandfox knew better. Indeed, the Sandfox knew that by following the pair, they might learn the password to the dead hand's base. The sinister-looking pair staggered off into the bone base, issuing moans and groans with each step that were surprisingly frightening. A number of angel breath blossoms filled the cave. The Sandfox knew better than to breathe in their poisonous scent. How easy the journey was for the shambling pair, who simply walked through the dark. How difficult it was for the Sandfox, who needed to employ all their acrobatic ability. The pair traveled deeper into the dark domains of the dead. The Sandfox remained out of sight. Even at their shambolic pace, the duo had gained in distance. The Sandfox needed to close the gap. The sinister-looking pair were nearly at the end of their route. The sinister-looking pair were nearly at the end of their route. The duo traipsed back into their secret base, and though the gate slammed shut behind them, the Sandfox knew that it was no longer shut for good. For now, they had the password and could enter as they pleased. Said the Sandfox to the door guard. "We are Five Fingers," said the door guard to the Sandfox. "I don't know who you are, and I know everyone here, but you know the password. And our security measures are without fault. So you must be one of us. Enter, friend." The Sandfox knew they were a welcomed guest, and that they had nothing to fear from the dead hand inside their secret base, where the gods of nature and the human spirit had once been sacred. Now all that mattered was adding more bricks to the palace, more gold to the coffers. The dead hand would set things right. The dead hand busied themselves with painting slogans on placards. One promised, "Down with the is, up with was," an odd sentiment from a revolutionary. "I wish I could inspire our efforts with music," said the player. "But alas, my mind is so turned towards revolution I forgot the songs I knew." With every stroke of the brush, the dead hand tried to fan the flames of revolution. "You're a fresh face, and arms and legs." To the committee upstairs if you want to help. We could do with a hand and feet, and by painting this banner, I'm literally spreading the message. The duo traipsed back into their secret base, and though the gate slammed shut behind them, the Sandfox knew that it was no longer shut for good. For now, they had the password and could enter as they pleased. The People's Committee of the Dead Hand were not the most active of activists, saving the one revolutionary, of course, who often waved her arms. The parchment-skinned man huffed. "Do you mind? This is very important." "Oh, you old fool," his counterpart barked. "It's the Sandfox. Come to see the corpse man, have you? We'll allow it, on one condition. Yes, we were just looking for someone to undertake a most revolutionary task. Go and break the hand off the statue of Shamash, and you'll see the corpse man." The duo traipsed back into their secret base, and though the gate slammed shut behind them,
The Sandfox knew that it was no longer shut for good, for now they had the password and could enter as they pleased. The inscriptions had been blasted with black sand. The symbol of the dove looked as if it had been carved out of the night. There was a prayer to the nameless god of the desert for mercy and aid against the foe. Like the desert god, the foe's name is erased. Here, a locus of the old beliefs, bordering a locus of the new. Another guard with a key. The Sandfox knew what to do.
The leather slid smoothly down into place. The ingenious leather unfurled as the catch was released. The cultists were fiercely intelligent. Were they not so fixated upon their evil rites, they may have been the greatest threat the Sandfox faced. The door was protected by a keyway too thin for the Sandfox to pick. They knew a key must be nearby. Sandfox knew the danger had passed. Of the vase was the destruction of the monsters. Humble guide. Say the word and I'll get you where you need to go. Understood. Let's go. Time for caution, the Sandfox thought. Once more, the Sandfox could relax. Understood. Let's go. The duo traipsed back into their secret base, and though the gate slammed shut behind them, the Sandfox knew that it was no longer shut for good. For now, they had the password and could enter as they pleased. The duo traipsed back into their secret base, and though the gate slammed shut behind them, the Sandfox knew that it was no longer shut for good. For now, they had the password and could enter as they pleased. Ah, yes, the hero returns. Word of your handiwork has reached us. This dead-hand scribe noted the Sandfox's every word. The dead hand had kept their word. The way to the Tower of Silence was open. As the lift came alive, the Sandfox took a deep breath. The air above the lift was filled with poisonous gas. Pity the Sandfox. He had no choice but to go through it. Poison filled the air. It was of no danger to the dead who slept here. Time was precious. If the lift got away, the Sandfox would be trapped. Just in time, the Sandfox made it back to the lift. Well, a true Tower of Silence it was not. It still had its fair share of corpses as a stifling, toxic air rose. The Sandfox looked for a means of escape. of rest, a moment of breath. The Sandfox knew there was more to come, and no matter how difficult it was, the Sandfox knew they would make it to the top. The lift was nearly at its apex, but still so far away. The Sandfox's lungs hungered for fresh, clean air. A grand mausoleum for long-dead royals. The Sandfox was reminded of their mission and smiled. Welcome, young Kashai. I knew your predecessor. I trust you will live up to the name Sandfox. We took the king's body to be interred the old ways. He shall rot gracefully, like his fathers did. Take this and give it to Zachariah. He will understand. The Sandfox presented the vase of black sand. The king had these very vases brought in from the queen's homeland every year to celebrate the anniversary of their union. If the cultists are using these, then the Sandfox was not finished. They still had more evidence to show. The Sandfox tendered the corpseman's report. There was nightcap residue on the king's lips. He was drugged. The good doctor furrowed his brow. Only one soul could get near enough the king for that. Dr. Zachariah raised his hand. I have seen enough. Altogether, this paints a most disturbing portrait. First, we have the unfortunate guard, Jihad. He escorts the queen to the stonemason, after which she hides him away in a dark prison. Immediately after, the stonemason began his work carving the Dustwalker idols. The very same idols the foul cultists within our walls are worshipping, performing their evil rites of transformation. And what are they using to perform this evil rite? Nothing other than the queen's own supply of black sand. All that taken with this Dustwalker tablet found beneath the king's own bed, and the sleeping poison found on his lips. He shook his head. Maybe death was a kinder fate. It is clear that the queen has betrayed us all. Couple all of this with the Armuzi right outside our gates, and I think it fair enough to call the queen a traitor. A weary sigh left the good doctor. She must be stopped. I will help you, Sandfox. The good doctor shook his head in dismay. I cannot deny it. Very well. I will help you. Meet me in my study at the palace. I will reforge your dagger there.
say the word and I'll get you where you need to go. Understood. Let's go. The Sandfox sensed danger nearby. Fabled offices of Dr. Zachariah. It was here that he developed wonders for the benefit of all, age-shaping miracles that shall certainly outlive him. Here, Dr. Zachariah presented the glass dagger to the Sandfox. I will not stand between you and your duty. The Queen must die. I'll send word to Karim of Starwatch. He will let you pass. I have heard from Dr. Z. We're all in your debt, and the robed man swallowed his uncertainty. The Tower of Stars is open to you. You'll find the Queen on the top floor. chambers of the Queen's handmaidens. How comfortable a place it had been once. No, 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 no. The handmaiden whispered furiously. Get out of here! This is my role now. The elite retinue of the Queen, groomed from her canniest handmaidens, were known simply as the Blades. Across Carryman, they were revered and feared. The Sandfox held the same tension within them. Warm waters flowed here on demand. The burbling water poured forth playfully. The ingenious lather unfurled as the catch was released. The Blades had spent a lifetime training, much like the Sandfox. The Blades had spent a lifetime training, much like the Sandfox.
blades could run along walls just as well as the Sandfox. They were by turns impressed and horrified. Once more, the Sandfox could relax. I always knew you were trouble, the handmaiden said, but I never knew just how much. Samara, what is this? The handmaiden touched the hem of the Sandfox's garment. What are you wearing? It's so unflattering. Never were there so many perfumed pillows gathered in one place. Though they struggled to admit it, the Sandfox felt a strange, sorrowful kinship with the blades. Dr. Zachariah's invention of brass and glass brought nearer the stars from heaven to earth. The Sandfox recalled wistfully the first time they'd peeked through the lens. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. The Sandfox's heart beat faster, faster. The time was so near. The time for pain, grief, anger, all in time. The Sandfox steeled themselves for the task ahead. The Sandfox nipped inside a vase. No one would spy them there. The Sandfox steeled themselves for the task ahead. As the blade passed into the queen, the Sandfox knew something was amiss, and then within an instant, the queen dissolved into black sand. The vases of black sand. Dr. Zachariah stared out at the evil storm, thinking she brought many into the kingdom. Sandfox, listen. You must destroy every such vase. That, I think, will end the storm and open the way to the queen. Take this. He gave the Sandfox a winged suit. It's an invention of mine. I'd hoped to be the first to try it, but now is no time for pride. May the gods be with you as you walk, and as you fly. A miracle from the mind of Dr. Zachariah, a winged suit, which gave the Sandfox the gift of the birds and the angels. Flight.
outside the Tower of Stars, reaching across the whole of the shifting sands and overwhelming the sky itself, a black sandstorm began to rage. The ingenious leather unfurled as the catch was released. The Sandfox knew it was time to be careful. Once more, the Sandfox could relax. The Sandfox knew the danger had passed. Another face of sand. The opportunity to destroy the sand monsters. As the very moment the face shattered, spilling its sand. Time for caution, the Sandfox thought. Once more, the Sandfox could relax. As you wish, this way.
The frog had marked the cylinder. In some long past age, it bore a prayer to Tarnu, the hunter, asking for his aid in an upcoming assassination. Another vase broken. More sand monsters turned into harmless piles. The Sandfox sensed danger nearby. The destruction of the vase was the destruction of the monsters. The Sandfox breathed easily again. Here was the unfinished mark of the adder. A prayer asking for healing had been weakly scratched into clay. Whether Hari, the healer, intervened or not is unrecorded. The sandfox sensed danger nearby. The sandfox knew the danger had passed. Time for caution, the sandfox thought. And so destroyed the sand monsters. Time for caution, the sandfox thought. The water was warm enough to bubble, warm enough to heat even the air and to bring sweat to the sandfox's brow. The warm, rushing air buffeted the sandfox upward. What a joy it was to fly. Another jet of air blowing upwards, upwards. Another powerful steamy plume rising, rising. A number of angel breath blossoms filled the cave. The sandfox knew better than to breathe in their poisonous scent. More of the poison flower. The sandfox held their breath as they approached. The lift shuddered and went still. Just short of the platform, overgrowth jammed the mechanism, preventing further movement. The stalactites looked easy for a Kashai to climb. It looked easy, and so it was. The sandfox found the rock as easy to climb as a simple ladder. staircase broken, more sand monsters turned into harmless piles. The pipes were a marvel of engineering, which could change the world, giving immediate control over heat, over cold. And what was this invention used for? Nothing more than creating comfortable baths for the queen. A network of metal pipes wound their way from the depths of the earth upward, up to the tower above.
fissure split straight through the mighty cliffside. The drip of water echoed all the way up and down. Humble guide. Say the word and I'll get you where you need to go. Suit yourself. An expanse of sand streaming as far as the eye could see. The Sandfox marveled at the size of the Armuzi camp. Even if the whole army worked together, there was no natural way they could have built their fortifications so quickly. On the desert's edge, the Armuzi army sat in their camps, their engines built, and the traitor queen of Caravan in their ranks. They prepared to lay siege. The Armuzi soldiers were famed across the world for their prowess. The Sandfox would face no greater test.
soldiers chattered in a language the Sandfox could not understand. Legends spoke of the temple in the shifting sands, dedicated to the nameless god of the desert. Its location had been long forgotten, and yet the Armuzi army had built their camp atop it. The Sandfox knew it was no coincidence, forgotten by all but one. The shifting sand sounded like whispering to the Sandfox. The sand soldiers froze the Sandfox's blood. They were so human. Another vase broken. More sand monsters turned into harmless piles. Like their flesh and blood counterparts, the sand soldiers kept careful, intelligent watch. destroyed the sand monsters. Another base broken. More sand monsters turned into harmless piles. The Sandfox wondered what other lands these soldiers had seen, how many peoples they had conquered. The queen was alone, believed herself alone, believed herself safe, and on the verge of victory, altogether unaware of the one who watched from the shadows. The Sandfox readied her glass dagger and... In the time after the Sandfox, there was no king and no queen. Thus, wise old Dr. Zachariah assumed rule as prime minister. In his good reign, some came into the light. Hester, the matron of the rat-catchers, led many of her people upward. There in the sun, she prepared for them more wholesome feasts. And so Gull and Hamal enjoyed for the first time a fare finer than rats. Karim, loyal to the people, was made captain of the guard. And Gaspar felt redeemed, returned to the Star Watch. Likewise, after their fight, Rami and Cyrus emerged from the pits and became defenders of the city. Vashti, who knew how to make men strong, accepted an offer to train heroes for the kingdom. The dead hand, who yearned for a return to sacred days, ascended, invited by Dr. Zachariah to revive the old festivals and heal Karaman. And the revolutionary? The poetry of her words painted the city walls and shall last long after they fall. But not all came into the light. Some stayed in the dark. Arman remained alone in the depths, or almost alone. With the other rat-catchers gone above, he found more friends than ever before. Roshan was content to stay with his riches, feeling the light could offer him nothing that gold could not buy. Jacques, what could be said of Jacques? He had found somewhere he was happy and felt no need to change. Omira stayed below in service to the city, tending the fungal farms, discovering new ways to heal the sick. The Darklings maintained their shrine to Jarbu, and they built a new one, where now rests the body of a great man, broken from a great fall. And the Sandfox? The Sandfox was never seen again. They left behind only one trace, a note on the desk of Dr. Zachariah. We met because the people were not well served. Let us not meet again. And I'm glad to say that the Sandfox and all the people of Karaman lived long and happily ever after.